Hello there, friends. How are you doing? Hope we're having ourselves a fantastic Monday, beginning of the week. Day 6. Day 6. Day 6 of streaming the learning journey where we we put pen to paper and we try to use this as a method for keeping up my own personal discipline. That's right. If you haven't been here for the first five, that's the focus here. You're not necessarily going to see any fantastic works of art get thrown down. The pen and the pen strokes and the placement of the lines and the shapes and the shading and the perspective are going to be rough. We're in the learning process. We're learning to draw. Actually learning to draw. I'm not teaching anybody to draw. I'm not telling you my method's the method. But my greatest weakness in all the efforts throughout my life where I've stopped and tried to learn how to draw was I had never actually sat down to put the time into it. Stuck in tutorial hell, learning about the fundamentals on a intellectual level over and over and over. Of course, forgetting them and relearning them every time I got the urge to learn to draw again. It's time to put them to paper and make some progress. That's what we're here for. Combine the discipline of my streaming with my desire to be good. Of course, we've got a text message that cool. We're gonna get to some things today. We're not gonna spend too long chit-chatting, because I mean that's just me stalling. Just put some ink to paper, some graphite to paper. See, we're learning words like graphite pencil. Whew. We did get some more study material last night. A copy of Bridgman's book came in, and I'll read that later. Do I want this? I don't want this. I just need the box. I got everything in the box that I'm going to use for now. Of course, my little box here has a number of pencils, a number of pens, erasers. It's a nice little container. It does what I need it to do. But yeah, I got a copy of Bridgman's book. Was it Drawing from Life, 5th edition? It's one of those examples of there's a lot of books out there about art. There's a lot of resources out there. But until you hear certain terms mentioned or repeated a number of times, it's hard to zone in on really whether something's got value. Now, there's a lot out there that has value for me. I don't know a whole bunch. I'm actually excited at the thought of one day being able to dive into the specific, more intermediate topics. Maybe that's where Bridgman's is. Maybe it's not. Don't know. Picked it up on a whim. It's there. Not even what I first thought about when I was thinking about coursework we found, get. Let's go ahead and open up our notepad too. We're going to get our schedule up for today, get our warm-up drills going. We're going to stop using the tablet as a second monitor best I can. But, words. Today's schedule. Oh, look at that. Just a big old window. We can shrink that up. Okay, so today's schedule, we're going to go through the warm-up drills. Exploring digital was something we did on Thursday. I would like to do shapes and lines today. It's something fun. I guess shapes, lines, shapes and perspective. I think we said shapes and lines. So we're going to stick with lines for now. And then something fun. We did something fun Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of last week. But then I think I got a little, I don't know, say demotivated. Drew something I wasn't happy with and then kind of avoided it Thursday, Friday for some reason. So we're going to do that. I need to make sure that I'm balancing fun and study, because I will throw myself into study and avoid the fun if I allow myself. So we're going to try to follow that 50-50-50 rule. So we have about 4 to 5 hours. Well, five-ish hours, 4 to 5. So we're gonna spend the first 2 on the lines and the drills, and we'll spend the last couple on. I grabbed a piece from One Piece, just the Gear 5 transformation at the end of the chapter 1044. That's a good one. That looks like a good one. Looks like it's gonna be a tough one, and we'll give that a run. We'll have some fun with One Piece again. But core of class, the things that I did. Paper. Let's talk while we do our lines and our warm-ups. Hello there, Cameron. Hello, friend. Ooh, hope you're having yourself a fantastic Monday. We just got our liners, which means braces part 2. They had taken the braces out in November, and they had gotten some molds and some scans, and now I've got Invisalign for 3 months. Theoretically, if all goes well, that's the end, but we'll see. We'll see. You lost to someone in Tekken 8. I beat them to take their 9-win streak, and they left. Feels so good. How's the draw? Just getting started. Just putting pen to paper right now. Oh, I don't want to get rid of that, I think. We'll leave that up. Just putting pen to paper. This one is actually one of my... We'll start with one of my favorites, because I can conceptualize and understand it. I can see where improvement comes from. Because we're going to try to trace over lines. So we start with a ruler, and we get a couple lines on the page. A varying length, but do some short medium lines first. We'll do about 3 rows of these. And then we'll do 2 lines, 2 long lines. Now I started a new course. One of my biggest problems, one of my bigger problems, we'll say, is kind of a syllabus. Like I'm trying to follow structure. That's one of the things I do. For better or worse, I kind of want structure in my plan. Because I'm going to put down 30 plus, 40 plus hours a week drawing. That's pretty good. Then I want to know I'm following a path and learning what everybody screams as the fundamentals. I do. But it's tough. It's tough for me to find just the right material. There's plenty out there. Half the problem is I should just commit to one and draw a bunch, right? But there's a need in me to find the right path. Good, bad, or indifferent. Can't tell if we're following the groove there or not, but that was really good. That felt really good. But when doing this, I can identify the skill we're working on, which is straight, confident lines, which is something I want to be able to do without a ruler. Use of the whole arm, proper grip on the pencil. You can see we're going from there to there, and if I go too slow, it'll be wobbly. If I go too fast, it won't be accurate enough. But we lean towards a lack of accuracy. You can see we've got some fraying on the far side. Well, I guess maybe you can see. Maybe you can't see. Some course correction there. Kind of wobbled off. All right, let's do a long one. Let's do a long line here. We'll show the lack of accuracy. We can get from here to there. Woo! I'll tell you, we had something happen the other night when I was trying to sleep. That hasn't happened for art before. This happened for video games. Alright, let's at least keep some accuracy from here to like the midway. Alright, we'll go back to a medium line. Anyway, I don't know if you've had it happen, but when you're playing a new game or maybe a strategy game, happened a lot with like StarCraft and those like, well, real-time strategy games, where as you sleep, you kind of, I don't want to say it invades your dreams. I did not have StarCraft dreams as much as my brain was working out StarCraft problems. And the general idea is when your brain does these things, they're trying to solve problems you had earlier in the day, and they're creating new wrinkles in the brain based around that problem, making new neuron synapse connections. And it was the other night when I was sleeping that occurred to me with lines. For some reason, I felt myself kind of dreaming about lines and making marks. Not to say I've unlocked any new talent or ability, but it's good to see that my brain is working for me occasionally. I don't know why I decided this line didn't go as far. Probably because the line above it should go all the way up to here, and you can see now that I've added some distance to that last line, we got a little bit of fuzzing right there. We could even zoom in for this for now. I gotta remember this camera is dynamic and I can move it. Let's go. So anyway, what I keep circling around is I signed up for like my fourth course that I have signed up for ever in my beginner approaches. This one was called the New Masters Academy, and of the teaching resources, it is one of three that I see get circled back around to. The first of these three courses that I kind of gravitated towards was Draw a Box, which is where I got this exercise from, this drill. The idea was if you could learn to draw a box, you can learn to draw anything, and it had a lot of intense grinding and drills that would help form these skills. Now, we've only touched the surfaces of Draw a Box, both in person and on this stream, and it's something I'm going to supplement. Use it as a supplement. I should finish lesson 1 to take some of his challenges. But the second set of classes I came across were a lot of Proco stuff. Now, when you're doing the big search for YouTube stuff, because there's a lot of content out there where you can learn how to draw. If you search around enough, there's a few big names that do it well, but Proco seems to be the guy who's got the best quality videos. And if you watch long enough, you'll know that he's also got a website and premium content. where he's trying to put his own art lessons out there. And I have 2 of his premium courses, the basic drawing and the figure drawing, which they come heavily recommended. And I think they're fantastic. There's a couple of, I got a workbook where I've done the first couple sections of both of those pages, but kind of demonstrated that I need more in between the lines there. Like he's covering all the foundations really well in, 2 courses that are pricey. They were like 120, 150 a piece. I bought one last year, I bought one this year. But going from point A to point B, there is, let's say, 5 bits of content. And I feel like I need 10 bits of content. Or I am personally not handling the pace well. Or I am personally moving through it at a bad pace, which is more likely. And so then what New Masters is, in comparison, is an attempt to be more like a university. So more like if I was sitting in an actual art school with lectures and a lot of material. We're exploring it. I don't want to sing its praises or say it's right for me yet, but now I have these 3 sources in which I'm kind of building the whole of my development on. Cam says, you bought Steve Ramsey's woodworking course last year and constantly reference it. How, did you go from start to finish, gather all that knowledge, and then now it's a reference book? Or did it just kind of start as a reference book and you haven't gone from start to finish, or maybe you went halfway through, skip through it? Find the stuff that's interesting to you. Do some longer lines, some longer boxes. We got a lot of work to do with kind of the stuff. I should be ghosting more to make these lines. And you can see we go well past the mark here, but generally, this has been feeling better. It's designed to be a project a week for 6 weeks, but the problem is that I don't need a patio table. Well, that's an interesting thing. So, like, if I have a project that I need to do, and it's going to take some time, like week after week, if I had that same setup, I guess if it was all within, like, pencil and paper, I'm not creating something that I have to handle. Whereas, woodworking, project a week for 6 weeks, you're making furniture that you have to then do something with. And the wood is expensive. Hell, part of the problem with getting into a new course is all the stuff they want you to have on hand so they can teach with you. Like, more. I now theoretically need more pencil types than I currently have. I need to start sharpening my own pencil with a razor blade. And I've got to intelligently choose which parts of the course I'm going to ignore and not ignore. But who doesn't love gear? That's true. Let's break down some of the recommendations. So the charcoal was a good example. Charcoal pencil, something that makes good marks, and I have a limited number of tools at my disposal that are unique. But I do have a variety. I've got the standard pencil. I could work with the pencil in such a way that gives me some level of gradients, but I'm not going to get a thick shading mark. I actually prefer so far heavily this metal pencil, but it's really good. It's really good for sketching. Not as great for what the pencil just did there. Tiny lines. I've got colored pencils, and I really enjoy the pen for my warm-ups because it makes me commit to the lines a lot better. I've got those things, but charcoal, pastels, different kinds of other mediums that put different marks on the paper. That's one. The next one they highlighted was a drawing chair. And that is, in essence, a chair that looks like this from the side. A chair that looks like that from the side. So if your floor is here, you are supposed to, as a person, sit on that chair with a drawing board a physical one that you pick up and put down, that can sit at this angle, or, well, I guess you're supposed to pick it up and move it to kind of this angle, right? It's supposed to lean against this back here into your lap so you can draw on it, and you're like, oh, well, I mean, I've got a table. This is fine. Like, this table's even a drafting table. Like, it's at an angle. I could draw it. I've seen people do this for ages. Like, this is fine. It's great posture. And then their first class is on sight measurement, in which case I would have a still life display over here, and I would use my pencil to measure. And the key here was that you would keep your arm straight to measure, and then you would bring your arm down to the board. And the way your posture works on the board and the placement between you and the life is that your arm doesn't bend as it comes down. You keep that exact reference, and they were doing this, right? Perfect. Sounds awesome. I can't do it on this drafting board, or at least I can't with the way I'm currently doing it. Maybe I'd have to back up a bit, stand up. Maybe if I stood up, I could get just the right angle. And so you're like, yeah, I'm going to ignore the chair. And already in lesson 1, in the first sections of the lesson, I already can't do the thing and have to figure out how to make adjustments. I already have to figure out how to make adjustments. Unless I go out and spend $100 or, commission some woodworking artist I know to build this device. Yeah. I'll see you around. I'm gonna still rant about this. Enjoy your meeting in the meantime. So I guess what I want to do is get everything I can out of the course. And I want to be picky about how I expand my materials. And then for that reason, I got to go back and make decisions about what my goals really are. What is the end state in which I'm not putting a lot of lines down. Let's keep going. The end state in which I'm drawing, right? What do I want out of this at the end? And the answer, if I had to envision what I would be doing, I'd be sketching on paper and doing everything else digitally. I don't want to paint physically, but I want to paint digitally. I want to be able to paint when I want to be able to paint, but I don't want to put down. I rushed that line as I was talking. I would love to be able to paint physically, but I think I would prefer digital medium. So I could probably take their whole painting section of their whole painting course digitally when I get there, and that'd be fine. But how much of the course am I skipping around on? Not getting. I gotta make sure I get the lessons that I need to get, and I don't want to bend and flex them too much because I don't know. I personally don't know what I'm missing out on. Like, I'm not the master. Don't let me make too many adjustments to the lessons. Stick to them as close as I can, but be really sure that the variants I'm choosing aren't the variants I'm taking time to choose aren't affecting my learning. Like, I don't currently plan on going to buy charcoal pencils. I will just apparently I won't know how to use them. So will I be able to do some of the assignments? because in the foundations block of this course, they seem to be heavy use. There's a lot of portrait work in the course too that uses kind of those different pencils and medians. Might just have to bite the bullet. Now, the more I think about it, like, believe in the process. That's, if I'm going to go out of my way to find a course and a material, a syllabus to follow, all their assignments, I need to believe in the process. Some things we're not just going to, but there are some things we're not going to do. Like the table and the drawing board. Well, why not? Probably space in the house is a good answer. I've got a solution as part of the answer. If this table rotated just one more bit without being vertical, I might even have the right angle to play with. I wonder. It does rotate a little bit. But last I looked at it, the angle gets pretty extreme, and I may need to lower it. That's a barcode. Hello there, friend. So we're just rambling and ranting and not putting marks on the paper. I'll play my drafting table post-stream. It might lower to exactly the point I need it to. Or, close enough. Although this is a comfortable angle. And it's also the digital angle. It's also the digital angle. I think out of all my friends, you're the only one who would understand the reference. Wait, just that it's a barcode? Because now I feel like there's a challenge and I should rise to meet it. Because I'm assuming barcode names, yeah, StarCraft. Spend that money, buy those things. Which I have to give the course, this course I'm kind of looking at credit. Because when they were talking about materials, they were like, they'd get to pens and they would show just the most basic ballpoint pen and be like, I love this thing. Right? This is great. You could draw with this. And then they would show some other things. So they always had these, very reasonable material options. But then the first piece of equipment that is chair and drawing table, I guess reasonably it's, hey, go spend, make an investment in the chair. But it just felt out of left field. Like, hey, this pen, you could probably find these for free. This is a $100 chair. Oh, there's a special for Copic markers, $1 for a random color marker. Oh. Ooh. Can I get a link? I would love a link to that. I actually do want Copic markers. I have a feeling I'll just get a whole bunch of colors that don't sell well, but I'll buy a shit ton of these. Oh yeah, okay, 1 second. 1 second. We're making. I see the. I understand the price now. Limited to 1. Oh, that's a shame. I was about to put in like 40 of these son of bitches. And they cover shipping. Fuck it. Let's buy a pencil. Proceed to checkout. GPay. $1. Oh, merchant can't deliver to that address. Are they can't deliver to the middle of Iowa? Manually enter it into a credit card instead of Google Pay. Alright, well then we'll do that. We'll give that a try. Yeah, free shipping. It'll sit outside my house for a little bit. Because I'll be traveling. Free shipping, $1. Copic. Let's see it. See what color we get. No, that's great. This is, when we talk about materials, this is something I want to add to my repertoire. Pencil, pen, Copic markers, right? Those are things I want. Like when I can visualize art that I want to do, if I want to add color to something on paper, I want to do it with a Copic marker because I've seen them. They look super cool. But I've not made the purchase of one yet. So getting one randomly sent to my house is a great demo. But they're like, sure, I realize now, like, oh, my whole phone is like in the camera. Let's not do that. Who knows what pops up there? So yeah, materials. So while trying to be picky and choosy and use the materials I want to use, the course that I'm currently exploring is like, get these traditional mediums because that's what we're going to use to teach you. And so it's definitely it's a decision I've got to make, for better or worse. But I'm a little happy with the amount. I'm actually really happy with the amount of topics that they're covering too, because that was the big selling point. Is like, hey, do you want to get into comic art, which is one of their tracks? And they're like, here's what you need from start to finish, and like, here's the foundation section. It's, you know, part 1 of 5, and part 1 foundations class has 8 weeks of material, and there are like 30 classes in the foundations 1 section. So it's like 8 times 30 number of, you know, weeks worth of material. Now we're going to try to blow through faster than, you know, 8 weeks per course. Find a good balance with the extra time I put into it versus, you know, actually getting some art in. But I enjoy the fact that there's just a, hey, if you want to learn the foundations, here's like multiple years worth of videos. We have warm-up drills. I've got a whole section of this notepad. Page skating. We did trace the line, connect the dots, box eclipse, 1-point boxes. 1-point boxes. One-point boxes. I will get the most out of you, Pen. Every time I think you're about dead, you show that you're not. So, easy box, easy 1-point perspective right in the center. Let's go ahead and it's just a box square, right? So we go. Let's go and put big old dots. We'll do 1 in pen, and I realize I should probably put some pencil down for this one. This is actually the segment of Drawbox I should get to, is the actual boxes. Because I know they probably have a method for constructing their box. The first bit, is ghosting the line. Right, get the line, do the ghosting thing, which, is a great learning point for me. The next bit's going to be following this to the vanishing point, but finding the right angle. Stubbornly, I don't want to use a ruler for this stuff. I want to be able to freehand it. It's kind of my nebulous, like, I want to be able to sit down and just sketch things out freehand. I want to do a good straight line, which is why we do all the line work practice. I want to be able to intuit perspective, which is why we're doing this 2-point practice. But we did some shapes the other day. I did some drawing on Saturday and Sunday, actually. So I wasn't sure if I was gonna put the time aside. What happens too often is an idle game consumes me for most of the day, most of my free time in a day. And then, like, a friend will reach out to play a game, and then I'll, move on to that. Before I know it, I'm out of daytime. Idle games, they're the devil. Alright, so in 1-point perspective, it is always a box. I don't know why I made that closer. It is always a box. I guess these are all boxes. It's always looking at the box straight on. It's always a square or a rectangle at the front. Now, one of the additional fun talking points for me personally, it's about learning, is I also have unused military benefits, meaning I could go to school again and it would be the opposite of expensive, which isn't free. They would pay me to go back to school. So I've thought about that this fall. Going to Iowa University of Iowa. It's close enough. It's about an hour away. And going back to school for an art degree. It's one of the motivations of the class, or the time, is that if I went back to university, and I say back, like my first one actually counted, but if I went to school, yep, I've never touched it. It's completely unused. And it's the new one, right? The one that post 9/11. So it's like, we're going to pay for the full tuition and give you a housing allowance. So the University of Iowa has, you can get a bachelor's of art in arts, and there's a fine arts program that you have to apply for, more like your on like your second or third year. But that's and it's an acceptance thing. So the idea is between now and enrolling in the school, and then between enrolling in the school and like an application for fine arts, I would love to be able to confidently apply to the program. Lofty goals for day 6 of a stream, but ideally we don't have to be self-taught forever. Not with just free money out there. Just waiting for me to take it. I did think about enrolling sooner, like for the spring semester, but I wanted to make sure I could commit to kind of the art bit, before an enrollment. I'd have very little problem committing to going to school. There would be an issue of, do I want to continue at the end of a semester, right? Did I get what I wanted out of it? Was I enjoying myself? Can I draw straight vertical lines? Let's do a check on that one. Got to be able to get this kind of feedback at minimum if I'm gonna tell myself I want to freehand it. That shifted a bit, but you can see the lines. Okay. So I'm ghosting to the line. Let me see, maybe the other side of the dot, like, because you can see we've marked on the right side. What if I'm on the left side? Is that any better? It should be about the same. Yeah, even at that distance, the perspective of it is about the same. Ooh. Cool. Ba-da-dum-bum, ba-bum-bum. Alright, let's see. Commit to some thicker lines here. And let's get that box. Yeah, I feel like that feels sharp. It feels like a very vertical line. I guess it's more of a 1 o'clock on the clock face, if you will. What does it feel like if we bring the vertical line down? I have a hard time seeing the vertical lines here. We're gonna take a look with the ruler. Yeah, my lines I think curve in just enough that makes it a little tough. Let's do a little bit of erasing. Very cool. Looking a little better. Looking a little better. I don't even know, really when did we start? About 48 minutes ago? Yep, a little late this morning because we had to go to the orthodontist. We had our braces taken out mid-November, but we needed aligners to finish it off, so we have the Invisalign going right now. Just, I don't know, can we see him? I mean, I can't from here. Fortunately, we also didn't need too many nubs. I've seen people with Invisalign, and like especially early stuff with heavy corrections. Yeah, because you look at pictures of this stuff when you're getting them in, and they'd have like, you know, 16 different nubs glued to their teeth so that like the liner holds itself. But I only needed 4, 2 top, 2 bottom. And I think it feels like the bare minimum, and that was super nice to hear today. But then again, I did already have more than 2 years of braces. Okay, let's add a perspective point. Let's add a vanishing point. Let's do 2-point perspective real quick from up here. Let's take that vertical line off the page for now, because we did it so tall. What I really want to check was that freehand kind of ghosting of the orthogonal lines. It definitely feels off, but how bad? How bad was it off? It feels like it's almost more about my straight line than it is the angle. And as you can see, just a bit, as you maybe can see, because white paper and graphite is a thing. Alright, one more box in. Can we do, I mean, what does 2-point look like right here? Just 2-point, I can't do 2-point with, yeah, with a vertical line I can. So we do the vertical line. We get kind of that right here. I've done that wrong. That's not how that works. It's this line right here. I'm making things up. Making a lot of things up. What's this box? What are we doing here? I'm on the left side of it. I feel like, alright, let's ruler this. My brain's breaking on something. Let's get the vertical line. this is the front face. So this, I'm right there. Front face, definitely visible. All right, another vertical line. It's the vertical. The vertical's hiding this from me because my verticals are bad. Corners are bad. Like, and these lines. Okay, let's think about this from this box perspective, like in the center line. Right, we've got, no, that's not even, that wouldn't even be right. It's, would be like this way and then that way, right? You know, somewhere along that line and that line. Right, we've got a box in 2-point perspective. If I bring this box to the right, this line stays kind of that direction, but this line, yeah, in fact, here, I mean, I really need a ruler for this one because we've got a very tight. And we're going to see a stretch perspective. Because we're looking at it from an extreme angle. Now the lines that connect here are that way, and that way. We can't see one of them. It's just, this one's looking like my brain can wrap around the existence of this one a lot better. And that's, I guess, what it was. And see, I'm trying to do a vertical line, but the paper's not. I'm not even moving the paper vertical. So I'm making some very basic mistakes. That looks more like a box when I can kind of, here, let me take away some of the extreme scratchy bits. So wait, let's not take them away. Let's look. Why does this one feel off? And let's put it down in ink to see if I can't like. Let's put it down in red ink. See if I can see the box and the shape. Because I think there's just something there's small things wrong with it that are causing problems, but they're adding up in a way that I need to see. So first vertical line, which will have connections. Both of these will have connections here. And then we need another vertical plane. Another vertical line. Not a plane. Static. Keeping the that paper tough to move. Static and friction. Alright. So we get this line. Give ourselves a nice red line. Now those are all the lines? No, there's one more line that goes that way. But to get there and make any use of it, I need this line. And we can go from here to there. Maybe it's this bottom line. Is that one off at all? Because so far we're almost tracing the line. And it might be the series of different almosts that cause the most issue. That break it for me. It's like, this is like how I did grammar. This is how I solved grammar for myself in school. Grammar tests were super easy for me because I just, said the word in my head, aloud in my head. So aloud, but not aloud. I said the sentence aloud in my head until it felt right. And that worked for me. That's how I got through all English tests ever. I never learned a single rule of grammar. Well, it's not true. I learned some rules, but the complex stuff, never wrapped my head around. But I could look at a sentence and tell you it felt wrong. It's a nice little gift. Out of our atomic coffee energy drink, which is sad. It's a good drink. Okay. So, like, there was nothing really wrong with the box. There were definitely, well, there's a lot wrong with it, right? There were some vertical lines that weren't placed right. I'm not connecting, I'm not getting a good corner with these lines. Like, I'm starting, a line, and I'm trying to do a box vertically, but I'm starting it, like, off from, the point. And so we're getting a lot of those things messed up, and that's affecting the greater box. On top of this, the angles are off, but by a degree in which, this seems to be. So, the distance on this side and the distance on that side seem to be about the same. So I'm drawing good angles in the wrong spots. Which is an accuracy problem. Maybe a little bit of taking my time and making a cleaner mark. But we're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I think I'm gonna make coffee. I've had one coffee style drink now for two. And with that, we'll be right back, guys. Just give me like 3 minutes. Okie dokie. I've got a new microfiber duster. I think I'm going to do some dusting. Add some dusting to my cleaning habits. Especially in these like hard to not often touched parts of my desk. You know, maybe if I just have to slide a duster around, it'll work. No, boy. I have so much desk space, but I take up so much of it, I feel like in an awkward way. We could make room. We should make room at some point. Better room, better use. But cleaning up my desk, Casey, is for another time. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, I got a couple things I want to pull up in the background of my computer, unrelated to anything that's going on now. I think we're going to hear a little bit of game launching music as I hit this, you know, very important to everything I'm doing, completely related series of idle games that I have to open up every 12 or so hours. See that music right there? It's going to end once the game realizes I've muted it. I do dislike games that do that. What I mean games that do that, they don't load your settings for the game before they start playing music, right? So if that game, music muted, sound effects muted. The game loads, starts playing its music, and then loads the settings and says, oh, oops. Oopsie doopsie. We didn't mean to make noise. Let's mute now. It's not. There are worse offenders. That's not the worst of them. But it is, you know, one of them. One of the many things. Oh wait, day 14 reward on some other game. We definitely play our fair share of again, these consume way too much of my time / life, but I do want to leave this up and running in the background. I'm not free. I have not freed myself of, well, gaming. So we have a sketch notebook, sketch pad, sketchbook. We have a sketchbook for what we're going to do next, which is shapes. I'm going to give myself about 30 minutes. We're going to sketch up some shapes through observation. We did this a little on Friday. And then I'm going to make myself stop and draw up some Luffy. Or, you know, some Lumpy. As, you know, it will probably turn out more like a Lumpy and less like a Luffy. That being said, let me get the website set up. We're the utmost professional here. Lineofaction.com. Give me the basic shapes. Give me basic shapes. We'll say any, multiple or single number of objects. And I do want them to be 5 minutes. I'm going to pause the reference while I load it all back up. It's about right. It's about right. Let's shrink the correct edge of our page. Kind of get everything inside the box. That's close enough. All right. We've got some work to do. We've done some stuff. We've done some things. We're kind of marking our progress with day markers, right? Did we put day 5 down? Because we put day 3 down. This would have been day 5 because day 4 was digital. Hey, something relevant to you. Block of wood. The difficulty of a block of wood, though, the real difficulty here. Day 6. Day 6, yo. I'm gonna use just this side for now, and that's a pretty good zoom. I mean, I could use shapes. If you want to cut squares and cylinders. I'm definitely at the stage where I need squares and cylinders. Alright, so there are 6 lines here. Right? 1, 2, 4. Wait, no, there's more than 6 lines. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 lines here. That's all I gotta get. I'm not even shading. Quick look at this. We're looking at it from above. This is the wrong pencil. There you are over here. We're looking at it from above. We're slightly to the left. Slightly to the left. Let's get the general idea. This one should be super easy. Right? Totally easy. No problems here. I mean, other than having drawn too close to the top of the page. Trying to fit this in. So, first and foremost, this segment, not long enough. Not by a lot, but enough to make it a little too short on one side, and this vertical line needs to be better. So, we've got something there. Where are the issues? Lots of them. I've seen them already. First and foremost, I feel like I've got the wrong angle, right? I don't know if by a lot or a little. Maybe it's just this width right here now is a little more. Right, to square off that top. With the scratchiest, most non-confident lines, we can apparently manage. There we go. Same thing with the bottom here, right? Let's try to be more definite with our lines. There's some convergence problems. If I'm looking at the bottom, if I look at the top of the block now, this corner and this corner are too close. So like a vertical slice right here, right? Would put these two too close together. So we would want to draw with a steeper, so from the vertical, with a steeper angle. Something more like that. But now it feels too steep on the side. And not quite like we were doing before where we weren't connecting the corners properly with each other. So you're not sure where the lines are. Like we're we're making more lines to cover up the mistakes, but other thing I saw them doing was trying to translate the angle with the pencil. I can see if I'm doing that, and I'm not doing it the way they do it very well, but I am seeing the angle is somewhere below this line, the actual angle. And then that connects somewhere like that. And that already immediately looks like a better representation. So maybe that's what I need. I need to be doing some sighting of the blocks. Okay. Ooh, good. Excellent. So many shapes. We'll make sure we don't do 2 of these in a row. But, you know, if I can practice getting the big shapes down and then worry about the detail. We can see that. Let's go. Hello, hello there. It's about... I'm trying to find the halfway mark with sight ruling. Yeah, okay. It's about the top of that block right there. Marcelo Sapo, hey man, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. We're running through some shape practice, some observation practice, doing some sight measurement stuff. All the super simple basics, because that's kind of where we are. In fact, we keep running out of space, so let's give ourselves that much space. We can say the middle line's about here, which is where the top of the big circle, top of the, is that octagon? 1, 2, 3. It's a 6-sided shape on the left, a 5-sided shape in the middle, and an 8-sided shape on the right. Glad we looked at that. Glad we saw that. These lines kind of come in here, and we're gonna see if we can't get the big pieces. There's about, so if this is a line down, the space from the left to the right is about the size of half of this block in width. So something about there, and something about there. A little bit of curve to that line we could tease out later. This wooden block on top does protrude just into the shapes on the bottom left. We get kind of a direct on perspective. It is about 3 times taller than this, so like let's see if I break this in thirds. 1, 2, 3, 1, about here. So we're looking at the right spot. We're close enough to the right spot that if I draw that in, we have a 5-minute time limit, and that's going to keep me from worrying about the details until I get the big picture stuff in. This is slightly to the left of center. Comes up, and this is straight on as well. We actually do get, it looks flat on the top. We're not seeing any of the top. And we got a slight bit of the curve on the bottom. These 2 shapes over here, we get in the shading. Or I guess all the shapes on the bottom. And then this one's back. This one's farther back. We can show that. We're showing that a little bit with kind of the shape down here. We got a minute left. And we also show it with the how it interfaces with this block. And we're going to be very rough with this because we spent a lot of time on certain things. It's actually up here because it's, again, just a little farther back than what's next to it. I'll show that by taking away those lines. Too much is being shown kind of here on the sides because these are kind of shorter than that. We've got these, of course, vertical lines. It's a 6-sided object. Wherever these lines end up being 4 seconds, we're gonna have to call it on that. Maybe erase this big unnecessary line. All right, so I don't want to do multiple shapes back to back. I don't know how many of these are going to be multiple shapes. And these are a fucking nightmare. All right. Let's start with a box and a cylinder, right? I think we can maybe see this in a box. If we look at it as box, all right, so it's not quite vertical. Right up here and down here, right? We are trying to draw a box. There is a little bit of, we should do a little bit of convergence here. A little bit of convergence there. Get the correct box, right? We're looking at it. We're slightly to the right of it. Let's make ourselves mostly vertical line. And give ourselves this angled again. That's almost vertical, but it's a little higher than. We're not drawing anywhere near light enough. We're not connecting the corners like we had those problems with. But we do have this like almost ruler required angle. I'm pretty bad at getting, because our lines do this. Or, you know, I guess thick and unsure. You can see that, like, even that correction here, everything's kind of thick. I'm doing this just to kind of get the right lines for the octagon before I start placing it down. Yeah, this process, I would love to be able to eyeball and intuit. I think that's gonna take some time. Let's just get a nice, let's just lighten the whole thing up with a big rubbing of the eraser. And see what those guidelines do for us. Now the guidelines have done most of the work, or theoretically do a lot of the heavy lifting here. As long as we give an appropriate amount of space between each of the segments, then we can draw the contours of the shape. Kind of here. Giving myself these big vertical lines for now, but I really need to be able to do these freehand. I really want to be able to do them freehand. Needs a strong word. So what we have a slight angle here. All right, and this line, visibly difficult to see otherwise. Now, I think the mistake I think I've made, I don't think these sides are long enough. Well, let's clean it up around the edges. I don't think we fix that without erasing kind of the whole thing here and redoing it. So I'm kind of happy with a 5-minute attempt on it. Again, erasers, not erasers, rulers. We'll spend some time lamenting those later. They just help us make our, you know, our bad lines straighter. Doesn't make them good lines, makes them straighter lines. Oh, we can see like this one that we talked about having a problem with, like with this steep angle. I always have a problem with this vertical, but it's the outside of the shape, so we should really. Oh, even there, I'm having problems. I'm eyeballing the ruler, which is eyeballing the vertical. It's not a vertical line; it's a straight line at that point. Okay, big shapes, big shapes. Learn to draw what we see. Let's start with framing the whole thing. We have this top line here. We gave ourselves, let's add a little bit of room. Let's grab this. I guess it doesn't matter how big we want to make it. We just need to find like a good center point. Yeah, it's kind of the top quarter of that block. So if we give ourselves this kind of room, can't even make up my mind on a straight line. Let's just, there we go. There we go. All right, so top third of that block, that halfway mark. Math is a math thing. 1.5, 1.5, and 1/8. So right about there. Right about here. We call this the center line vertical. Boom. We give about a third of the shape there and a third of the shape, 2/3 of the shape there. This line itself looks vertical or horizontal. Looks perfectly horizontal. They both kind of do, but it's because they're hiding behind the block. Let's give the block some shape. In fact, let's give try the proportions of this block. That's wide for how much space we've given it. We want to bring it down to like that. Big shapes, big shapes. We spent 2 minutes on this already. And I've definitely given ourselves too much space left and right. I said, I don't want to say definite. For like, this is a square. So that side, this side, this side, this all needs to square. There's a sphere behind it that starts like in the middle of the back of the shape, right? We've got kind of this. Let's go ahead and pick a line and move on. The bottom of this block, you can see all of it. Kind of there. That's on top of a cube, which we can see the top of, but mostly front facing. There is, however, the slightest side plane right here. It's good because we get practice drawing these tiny side frames. I think we've just given ourselves less space than the picture actually takes up. There is a cylinder next to it. Now, we actually don't see this much of the top of the box plane, so there's a problem. In fact, it's cleaned up. If we clean it up, I could kind of see why and where. We got a minute left. So bop, 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 bop. It's mostly straight line, straight down. Right, bam, bam. Cylinder, just past the side of it. You can see a little bit at the top. Not much. And then another box, which you have a different view on. A little bit of a gap. Right, and not that much of a gap. It is maybe at this angle. And then you've got the sphere on top. Big shapes, apparently. Big shapes. And a sphere, half a sphere, kind of on top of that shape. "12 seconds. Quick sketch." All right, we're going to take a pause. I'm going to drink some coffee, and we go back to a woodblock, which is great. Give me a woodblock, please. Do. We are... This is a... I say the coffee's warm. I enjoy them hot. And I am surprised we, I thought I didn't realize I'd left the coffee on the table for as long as I have. That's nice. Now I'm told I should take out the aligners to drink coffee, or else the liners themselves will stain. They're only in for a week. And we're gonna see how bad that staining actually is in that time period. Because I sip my coffee over a long period of time, and I can't leave the liners out that long. So, would be even less of an issue if I wasn't going to see family in 2 days, which I'm super excited about. We'll do some more sketches while we're away. We'll show off what we do when we come back. We're gonna have a day 6 stream, a day 7 stream, and then Thursday, the following Thursday, day 8 stream, and we'll see what we got done while we were away. But this is actually about all the time I wanted to spend on it. Let's get this square out, and then we'll do some art. We're doing art. We'll do a different thing of art. Different art. Let's put this box down. So, super easy, not super easy, very difficult. Vertical line. Right here, just vertical line. Give it some thickness because we're unsure where we're at. All right, now the angle of the first box. If I try this trick, all right, so there's right there. Now, do I have the hand-eye coordination to kind of bring it around and find my angles? Nope, I don't correct it. Kind of don't move the shoulder or move it just the correct way. Generally right there. All right, what about the other important angle right here? Do I have, is this? About right? I think I just started to draw it different than I just saw it, so let's try that again. Right about there. Let's give that, solid corner best we can. Even like round off some of these edges. Would that do a thing? All right. So we kind of have angles. This line curves a bit. I want to uncurve it. Let's hit play. No, we're not gonna hit play. This is fine. We'll take our time. The scale, right? So if this side on the top is that long, the top plane on the right, going to the right, is about, let's do that again. It's a little bigger than half the size, but it is half the size-ish, right? So we currently have a, let's do centimeters for now. A little more than 2.5 centimeters that way, which means about 5 centimeters, at least 5 centimeters down here, right? Maybe not at least, because this is a little smaller, a little bigger. Is that right? Am I looking at this correctly? Okay, kind of. Did I do something wrong in the measurements? It feels so weird. That's 1 inch, so this should be 2 inches. Like, it's a little long. But with that kind of lineup, here, let's ruler this bit. Let's say that's the good bit. Let's a nice light line that continues. Now, what we're not going to do is have some convergence that we can see on the paper. So we're mostly parallel for about 1 inch. Now, putting that to a good vertical, a little tough. Give myself a hand with the vertical line there, and we'll freehand on the other side. What about the size otherwise? So, these weird angles that I'm doing this at because I'm like moving around a microphone in a stream. Okay. The width is a little shorter than the height. They're about the same size. So, what do we say that was? Like 2 inches? Let's test our ability to make the line at the right angle. Then we'll come back and we'll look at it. I say this is a good angle for putting that down. So this line here, which we want to keep a little straighter, goes here. There is going to be some visible convergence right there. Keep putting the line down a little thicker. There's some searching lines there, but let's try the distance now. Right about, I'm eyeballing it to there. Now let's measure it. So that is not 2 inches. That still is. So 2 inches is actually a little farther back. That is a mostly vertical line. And let's go ahead and make this connection. I'd say along the same. We're just using the ruler at the moment. And I feel like we've already created a shorter box than we should have. Like it doesn't, we're measuring in everything. And everything. Like we're taking, so this is the inaccuracies of feeling it out. Kind of made this happen. All right, feeling out the box. So when I said this felt short, and then I measured it again, I ended up making this like half. And if I look at the actual piece here, it feels bigger. It feels bigger than half. Like, it feels like I need to come out to like kind of this mark there. Let's go by gut feeling. I think the convergence is fine on the bottom. We're eyeballing the convergence on the top, but I think feels like we need to go more here. Again, feelings and an intuition. Put those marks down. A little less convergence on the top. So maybe the original line. Let's erase some of the lines that I think are bad, and so I can really look at this. Alright, things that feel wrong. Bottom line. Bottom line should be more up. Trim that in. This line could be... Feels like this line's off. Like this is the angle that was bad. Like we bring it up more there. And suddenly that feels better. Hard to say. But I think as we keep kind of like building on top of this, I get more of a believable box. I get one that my brain likes. Again, like the grammar we did before. It's one of those, like, I should be using more tools to measure this. But I want to use as few tools as possible because I want to start picking up an intuition for these things. Anyway, box. Done. Anime. Next. Thank you, Marcello. I think better's a good word. I think we are closer to the box than we started. But I can look at it now. If I take a step back and I'm looking at like my box on the screen, I can see places where we've made some mistakes. Like I don't think we have the right angle on the top plane. I think this is farther above the object than in the picture. We would, have to shorten out. Here, we got a red marker. I'm going to finish the sentence with, but I do think we improved on our box. Where we started and how we trimmed it up did improve. I do think this should be more narrow compared to the source. But a way to make it more narrow without shortening it up is probably what, like the lines where they converge. Like if we were more out here with the box, even cut it in just a bit. I think we're at a better angle kind of there. And then these lines maybe come in a bit to get the better angle. But we won't redraw that for the next hour. Boom, 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 boom. All right. We do have a pre-selected panel today. Let me get my mirroring software up for the iPad. It's a fun panel. Gear 5 panel. One of my ideas for kind of the arc journey, one of my many ideas, because we got lots of ways we want to tackle this, but one of them was like making the whole thing one long master study where we kind of drew early One Piece and slowly went through the chapters to older One Piece. In that vein, this would be skipping to late One Piece. And yes, absolutely biting off more than I can chew here. You're absolutely right, Marcello. Maybe not more than I can chew. More than I can chew well? That's better. Anyway, so the idea being, like, hey, I'll start with drugs early One Piece, and then I'll work through as this, like, really long master study to late One Piece. Not the worst style in the world to you know, build my own sense of style from. But I want to add a little, I want to be a little more well-rounded in the journey, so maybe not exactly that path. And what this would do, what this feels like it could do, maybe it does. We draw it now. We see how good we do. We put some time into it. We make it look as good as I can make it. And then we redo it in like a year. And we see where we've grown. Maybe 2 years, maybe 4 years, maybe annually we redraw Gear 5. Oh, there are a lot. I mean, there's a lot. I was looking for an easier one without all the battle damage. Didn't spend a lot of time. I went back earlier in the chapter, but this was kind of the big first frame we saw of him doing his thing. It's really, I think this is gonna go on to be a super iconic shot too. Like this is the shot. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. If you thought me not drawing a square in the right proportions was something, we're gonna have some fun with this. So ramble. All right, do we have? I think we're framed pretty well for my paper. We can get rid of some excess, get rid of the notes for the day. All right. So I think the easy thing for me to do is try to do 1-to-1 ratio here. Kind of block it off. You can block it off in the same way the panel blocks it off, like down here. And a much more harder line. Give me a good framing. Left to right, if I'm gonna do 1-to-1, I could even take the iPad and like hold it over. Like how much space on either side does this piece have? And it's kind of there. And it's definitely like off the page with the foot right here. So if I keep the proportions in these lines, if I keep the picture in these lines, it'll help me with proportion. So there's like the edge of my iPad, the edge of the manga page. Let's make sure these are good verticals. We'll line it up with the top of the ruler with the paper. Make sure the paper is mostly lined up with itself. And we'll give a top frame. So this is the bottom of the panel below the foot. And then this is kind of the top of his head, where the flames end. I'm going to give him some space. It's about this. It's actually about this ring right here. It's a lot smaller than I give it credit for upon initially looking at it. Right, like that's more or less it. That's more or less all the space. And now I can see the camera you're looking at's probably not exactly flat on. So let's try to fix this. Zoom, if you will. We've got a couple of rotation points on my camera. I'd say that should mostly be a box, but maybe it's not because it's not a good box. Yeah, you can see we had some issues with the lines. So I'm going to use the perforated portions of the page on the left to try to get a better horizontal line. The vertical lines, I was using the page top, but let's look at it from the page bottom. It's easier for me to check my line that way. Yeah, I can see that framing problem right there. Gotta use the tool well. Gotta use the tool well. That's right. This part's kind of some dead space over here anyway. Big shapes. So what we've learned a little bit lately. Big shapes to small shapes. So if I look at this, big shapes to small shapes and measuring angles. So actually, yeah, let's get a good angle here. Let's outline some places where we think like the angles are worth noting. Like theoretically, there's a line that kind of follows his left foot to his right foot and actually touches with his pants somewhere around there. What's the middle? What is the middle of his body? Top to bottom, it's about... at this point I'm holding up a ruler. He's about, from this size in my iPad Zoom, it's about a little past 4.5, 4 and 10/16. The whole picture is his foot is, whereas that is 4 and, oh, are we doing that well? Are we doing it good? Don't zoom. Don't go into the page. 4.5 if I physically hold the ruler in the right spot, actually. It's 4.5. We have a little more than 5. 5.5. We have an extra 1/2 inch on each side of this. If we go 1/2 inch in on each of them, does that mean we're framing it better? Let's make these lighter marks. I'm just trying to block this out. A little bit lighter. Again, things we did were physically try to maintain an angle, but now I'm gonna redo them. Oops, hello, don't zoom. No pinch, just ruler. You can see a slightly different angle. I'm not erasing the old one yet. I'm gonna make some more confident marks. Center of the thing is where? Right down the middle. We said he was 4.5 inches. So that means 2 1/4. What's that 2 1/4? 2 1/4 is this line, this button line right there. If we go to the exact center of our page, it's about 3. It's almost exact. Gotta use the ruler correctly. It's almost 3. We'll put it right there. And looking down the top to bottom of the page, we did do 4.5 pretty good. So this is 2 1/4. Line it up with the center mark we've made. Two 1/4. So there we go. There's our center of the picture. Is that correct to the corners? That's another way to kind of line this up. It's corner to corner of at least what we've blocked out. What do we get wrong? What are we getting right? Well, I guess that's the center, isn't it? Those are all kind of lined up correctly. I think I want to trust that the corner marks. Okay. Now on the screen, corner to corner, center to center, I guess black line to black line is center line. Is about his right hand. Like his horizontal center line is about his right hand. So that means the horizontal vertical line. Oh, right about here, we've got a hand. So we'll try the envelope method here. We'll do nice light sketchy bits and see what we can eyeball. No envelope method yet, just circle. His head is just off center of, to the left of that. We do just a head here. He's got a hand covering about half of it. Not half of it. The top portion of it. He's got a hand here. Kind of encompasses his face. Comes out. This goes a distance, not quite to the edge of the page, before wrapping down above the center line to about, let's say about here. It's got some fluff, of course, we've got to deal with, but that's detail. Let's keep these nice flowing lines. Let's see if I can't work out the gesture of this shape. Big feet. The big feet are the big shapes, right? We've got even good outlines for them, right? How can we put a foot there? Even like as a circle and another. And then his other foot follows this line. We have his pant leg we outlined here. We've got another foot that's at the top of the page. And kind of where we did our outline, right? Like did I do the edge of the iPad or the edge of the foot? I did the edge of the foot. So the foot on the right side will reach our border. Alright, we've got to get rid of some stuff. There we go. So the right side reaches here, and looks like the whole foot kind of covers this bit. And it comes down to the border. Like we've if anything, we've outlined kind of the shape and the size of this thing. Pretty good. Big shapes. All right. You can kind of see where we're going. And we can bring the camera in just a bit because we can actually frame this quite nicely. For viewer lesson. Not lesson. There's no lessons happening here, guys. I am not the person giving lessons. Entertainment. Alright, stop scratching there. He's definitely got a foot and a pant leg. The pant leg meets kind of the wrist right here. And we get a full circle between wherever this wrist is and right before the foot. It's actually lower. It does all follow this line though, so it's not gonna, we're not gonna move it too far below. It's very poofy, so there's a thickness to it. And maybe this just comes up and around a bit. Of course, it's got the leg that meets the foot. Now the foot is kind of halfway. All right, so we get this like very small top of the foot, and this follows, I wouldn't say it follows the curve of the pant, but it definitely starts about here. Definitely is a strong word, but I feel it. I want to intuit it. This looks left of center and takes a sharp, nope. Does it take a sharp angle? It takes one of these angles. Actually comes farther down. Bop. And bop, bop. Alright. Let's outline the sandal a bit, and we'll come back and we'll really look at that later. Same thing over here. We have a circle. It's a little above this center line. But not by a lot. The whole shape is... looks like it almost runs with the sandal. Like it's... something like this. Then that's the outer circle. So the inner circle, the outer circle itself follows the shape of the pants. And his leg covers up most of this. His foot even comes out. There's like a foot outside the sandal bit here. Sandal strap. And then it comes out. Down here, I'm feeling this line. And there's a curve in. And then kind of disappears. Something like that. Doesn't feel quite right, as if like the boxes and the angles, like I want to bring it more into here, but I think that's the perspective playing with me. This is at what am I observing versus what am I intuiting, and I need to mesh those together. So let's try hitting the angle this way with my pen as I kind of look at it. I find the answers by trying to mix a little bit of the hand-eye coordination. Yeah, and there's some shading and hatch work in here, and I love that. I do love that in this style. They're doing a lot with black and white here. Okay, big colors, big motions. We got the pant legs, right? We're actually gonna, now that I say that out loud, I need a piece of paper to kind of protect the drawing. Is there a glove, by the way, that does this? Is there a glove that fixes this problem? That I kind of smear the graphite with my hand and my hand oils? Does a digital glove do the job? Or is there another? There's another solution. Let's put down some graphite real quick. Right, you can see like the hand smears it. The glove kind of does, but to a lesser extent. So we'll use the glove for now. All right, next big piece that kind of guides the rest of it. This line wonderfully follows for a bit, and at best kind of gets to this halfway, I say halfway, part of the pants. So there's a line out here approximately there. We're eyeballing stuff where this kind of comes out and over. It's maybe not even that pronounced now that I'm looking at it. It's a lot more vertical. and it's very much the center line of the character, just about. Like there's a torso here. Um, all right, there's some proportion problems. Just looking at right now, we've already kind of started to work with. I need to fix. The top of his hair, this flaming part, is at this line. And we've already placed his hand, which is, I swear, like a whole inch above. So there's this fire, this proportion. Let's break down the size relationship of the flames in the head. So it is like 1 inch to the from the hair to the top of like the smile. The head itself is about a little more than 3/4 of an inch. So if we go like 1/2 inch from the top to the top of the head, top of the head to the chin, going at an angle about 3/4 of an inch. Right. So we've definitely got a circle like here. The hand itself, you know, above a nose, comes out like this again, follows the shape of the head, and, you know, rounds off, hits a wrist. Cool. Let's get some erasing on the rest of these lines. Let's knead this a bit. Kind of bring that to a good shape. Feels better. I think looking at it now, I can kind of see where the picture is going to start taking form. Let's sharpen this pencil a bit. Now we did throw a hand in at some point. I want to do the neck. Sketch that out, search for that line. Can we have the body is mostly where? We can use this belt line, I think, on the pants. All right, we've got some lines of the actual pants themselves, but there's a belt line under the hand at about that angle, and this is above the hand. So we've definitely drawn so many bad proportions. That's right, we took on a tougher challenge, because I can see, like, if the hand is here, the feet all need to be like actually smaller. Because now I'm trying to bring like what is in rough proportion here down to a picture that I eyeballed out of. Like we measured the physical size of this, and if I look at his foot is the sandal itself. Here is 6 centimeters. Oh, we've actually got roughly 6 centimeters there. 5.5-ish centimeters. 5.5-ish. We've actually got decent sized feet. Is it the width? Are we screwed up there? See, the biggest part of the sandal, so around 2.5. And we've got around 2.5. Other side is, I guess, edge of this paper to the widest 2 points. So let's say the heel, 3 3/4, 2 3/4. A little shallow even there, and 3 3/4. I said. Yeah, this one like really comes out like much farther than that. What about the width of this ankle? Now we're just putting measurements to things. This is 2.5 centimeters for the pant leg, and I've drawn it all. Oh, here's the problem. It's these circles. It's the circles. So the outer pant leg hole at its biggest, it's 4.5 centimeters, and this is, I mean, that's still like 4 3/4. The height, if we were to take anything away, would probably be from the top. You could trim the whole thing down. What did I say the foot was? I guess inside pocket. Inside pocket is a problem. Inside pant leg is a problem. Because we need another... We need to really take that down to like this line to be in scale with the picture. I gotta make sure I know where I drew that line at. Yeah. This line there. Then we can do what we need with the outside line. Which we think we bring down a bit on the top. But it is thick. A little thicker on the bottom. A little thicker on the top. And that's a decent circle to work with. What about this one? 3.5. This is 4. Same thing. I need to bring it down. What about the leg? The leg looks a little long, like this area here. 3 centimeters, or that's more like 4. So we bring the whole thing down into the right. We'll be in a good spot. We need another eraser nub. Right, we got an eraser here. We can use just a plethora of erasers. So we think that's the good spot to pull it back. We need to make from tallest point to shortest point 3.5, right? 3.5 centimeters. 3.5. Taking some good shortcuts here, but we're trying to combine it with observation where we see problems. It's right about there. That is the tallest point. What about the inside? 1.5. So wherever we decide that like the leg comes in to about the bottom of this should only be 1.5 inches. So that's like the bottom. The top of it is here. Top of it's there. The inside, let's say 1.5, right? Like, I'm going diagonal on this. 2. A little inside of 2. Okay. So, kind of a circle. The leg comes out to, we're going to say the same point. And it's actually more 2 straight lines than it is a curve. There's some good thick line work there. Right before, like this sandal bit. He's got a sandal bit there. And the foot comes into it. We've actually got a curve outward. Just the slightest curve. And I've exaggerated it a bit, but let's pull out of the detail here. Let's continue the big shapes. Cool. Which probably lets us look at the belt again, because that's where we got thrown off here. And kind of this center line. The belt kind of came out. You see the pants have these lines of, well, I guess folds and such. We get almost a, one second, let me look at the picture. Yeah, kind of a curving line that connects both of these. Now, they're not a solid line, but we do get like this bit there with a couple of more folds that bring, I say, one more fold to that line before the belt comes over in this shape, and then up. So we've got kind of this line here and a series of curving lines out here that this meets with. Now this is a thick belt. That I'm gonna kind of keep pulling that out until I feel it's got the right width, and if it doesn't, it's probably down here. Now that's all shaded in. These lines can be a little more solid, a couple of them at least, and then we can come in and look for the real lines here. I say the real lines. We're doing some pretty good real lines. We're kind of getting the big shapes. But what we've now done is his head again feels like there's no space between the top of the belt and the bottom of the chin. So let's take a look. Top of the belt, bottom of the chin is 2 3/4. This is 2 1/2. If I wanted 3/4 here, we got to bring the top of the chin, not the neck. That's actually spot on. So the rest of the detail is in the head. The head itself, I think, is off center. Like there's a whole curve here. Like first off, what is center? Center line of the center of the pants and the body at the right angle. I'm trying to do this without losing a little to the left of that, isn't it? Because he is off-centered. His hand is dead center. But that feels like the good angle. And we were putting these marks down super thick. There's a bit of a curve to them as well. Let's redo. We have the general line. I'll soften it up a bit with the eraser. I can still see these, so I kind of know where to go with it. definitely seeing already, you know, there's things about this that need to be fixed, but let's get the big shapes still. So in a line, if I do that line, here, center body, the nose, the line of the chin, I mean, it is kind of all, what do we say, 2.5, 2 3/4 centimeters. We're going back and forth to a metric, by the way. We're just going to have some fun with that. 2 3/4 centimeters on this line. About right here. And right there, top of the head. All right, let's get some features down. All right, we've got this big smile. It almost looks like it follows the shape of the face. It looks like the face itself bulges out, but the line of the smile is pretty spot on. It does like eke down and have this like excess line on each end. And this might be, you know, the hardest part to get right, because anything we want it to feel like the character, and we're going for the feeling as well as some level of accuracy. Now I think the shape, the face of the shape might need to be redrawn to match, but we do have some guidelines to go with. I wouldn't say searching or scratching lines here. We will run the ink over this, and now that's how I'm going to get my final line. This does come up a bit. We've got the ears. And I'm trying to find places where they line up with like the teeth or the smile. Try to get their placement pretty good. And I think, you know, One Piece is a great example of the proportions are there, but the style, you know, exists in, like, this is cartoony. Legs and arms don't bend or look like this, but everything's in generally the right place, and I love it. I do love it. I think there are worse styles to copy. There are worse styles to like. But it is one of my worries that, you know, since there's an element of cartooning to it, that I might miss some fundamental proportion work if I just stuck to this guy. But man, do I like the style. All right, so he's got a hand here and some fingers. Now this is up and around. Like, I can see just a little bit this way and a lot of bit this way. All right, he's got the finger that comes around. He's got a thicker finger, bigger finger behind. Comes up and down. And then the third finger that outlines the majority of the hand and gives it this angle. Maybe that angle. There's a straight line here before there's a bend. And we get the top line goes a little farther. The bottom line doesn't. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, there is some awesome looking hair to match this that you you can't forgo. There's some clouds that are wrapping around all the bits. All this detail that we're going to need to work in. But I want to finish this major shape. So we've got the chest that's kind of in this area. He is, you know, hey, he's a rubber boy. Let's get the shoulder. Let's kind of break it down into simple shapes. See if I can't feel out kind of their spacing and size, their location. All right, because he's definitely got this shoulder that comes down, and it runs into the pant leg, right? Like it's this curving, kind of curving line. His other shoulder just off to the side here. And we've got the arm that swings like out, not that far out, maybe. I think I'm mixing a bit of the armpit like curve here with a straight line that kind of flows the other way. If I take a look at the diagonal here, try to get a shot for the angle, or the angle of the arm. I do about, it does kind of go that way. We get a nice rounded bend and the fluff, which we haven't drawn out any of the fluff of the arm. All right, we've got this line that's very easy to intuit wrong. I'll try not to just measure here, but you know, that's always an option. This is straight down. See, that's intuit versus observation. There's more of an outer curve on that. Awesome. That feels about right. You know, put a couple hash marks there. That's hash marks all over the lines. This feels fine. There's some lines in the folds of the clothes here. But they finish out and around like this. Like there's a definite like curved line here that folds into that, that folds into that, that folds into that. And there's, like if we zoomed in, I've squished some things together. I'm going to acknowledge now, because this should go like beyond the curve, and this should go to there. This line meets kind of here. And we kind of have a shape. Very fucking cool. All right. Now we're going to get the clouds in a moment. Let's get the shape of the jacket now. It seems to follow, you know, wraps around the neck, right? We get this line. Comes in just a bit. And not quite vertical line to the belt. And then off to the side. He's got this flow here with the belt circles, the jacket circles. Kind of follow off and to the left. Again, all the clouds kind of cover some of this. And it feels like the hardest detail to add at the end. We need to kind of build it in. You see, it's going to wrap around this shoulder. It is also like the most prominent thing about him. Maybe the most prominent thing is probably the foot in the front of the camera, but it's a distinctive characteristic I want to get right. But so I think I've got to lay down the other stuff first. This line here, we just get like a line You know, the hand comes in here. Oh, there's some jacket behind it. Let's get the hand. Let's try to place the hand in. Funky looking hand as it might be. It does not quite come to the center line with the first finger. So we go up, and then meet the hand down. Intuiting some of this, seeing others. It's trying to observe other parts. We've got like the other hand that comes down, the other finger. There's some negative space in here for sure. And I think we're already drawing it too big. Because I don't... Okay, so how big is the hand? From the top of the knuckle to the pinky is like a whole centimeter. So I need to do the whole thing between here and here, between the belt and literally where the first knuckle is. So everything's got to be a little smaller. We got to get a little more detail out of it. Once I ink that, my ink line is really thick, so that worries me a bit. I'm going to grab a smaller. I've got a smaller pen here. Let's get some more erasings. Not a smaller pen, a smaller pencil. I've got the smallest pen I've got is the real thick one. I guess not the... Do I have better? The micro pen felt. Anyway, let's just try to get this down. We generally have to envelope. Let's envelope it, right? So the idea is I've got this space here to do it in. This hand comes up just a bit and then over. That's his hand. In there, we've got to fit one. Let's envelope that a bit better. 2. 3. I feel like this is as the last thing we're drawing. We're being constrained into the space we've set for ourselves. Quite a bit. So we're going to flex the space out, give ourselves more room than the picture allows, and just try to make it feel good. So not that his hands are particularly lifelike, but I want them to feel like hands. Probably not the way to learn hands for me, but you as a beginner. They're quite a bit longer. More narrow, I think, in the right places here. There's definitely some lines that need to be at slightly different angles. But I'll forgive myself that one, that one, I guess. Then we'll move on. Slightly finer point here is nice. There are some motion edits we get to make now that, I guess motion edits, some contour edits I'm gonna make. So like this is going to be this shoulder comes out. I'm gonna give it more room on the left. Let's lighten this whole thing up. Inking over this and committing to some lines, I think is going to be super necessary. He's got some general like detail work in here that doing some good heavy lifting. Hard to copy. And I don't know how precise this was when it was put down. I'm going to stay away from like what I think might be the shading hashing until the ink is ready, and we'll just do that one like we did the Ichigo picture. So we've got some abs kind of in there, you know, these lines. We gotta add the right curve to the bottom couple. All right, and then he's just got some good detail stuff, right? Shading up here, which again we'll get to these lines a little more later. One thing I'm seeing with the jacket, I think I want to bring the jacket more out and the belt more in. And what I don't want to do, I got to figure out the detail down here. Like there's the belt. This is definitely the line of the pants. All right, we're gonna fuzz that up a bit. Let's give it a better line. I think we had some of the detail work I'm saving for the pen, but I don't want to lose kind of these big lines either. Especially like in here. I feel like there's a lot of intention and purpose to this like belt line. All right, kind of where he's putting these marks. This belt line was mostly vertical. We've got kind of these lines that seem to be showing us the direction of the pants, and we've got some hashing. And we'll get to that. Just keep going. Oh, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Was that in regards to the hand? Because that's probably the most relevant point back I can think of. I think it's coming. It's coming along. I can see it. I can see it actually existing. It's the picture is here. Now, big thoughts on the clouds. I'm going to keep in mind some key locations. First, I think it's this one with the hand, the other side of the jacket, which makes me again want to bring this out more than it is, or bring in the inside line. But it is also like way back here when it connects, and it is at like this angle. I am zoomed in. Let's zoom back out. I need to commit to a line on the shoulder that I like. And it is just like, let's go with that for now. And then look, this is mostly horizontal right here. and then it comes in. And this line's more of a hash. There is some curvature marks on the shoulder, but we need to get this like cloud into this space. And it wraps around lightly from like here around the shoulder. Looks like it takes a good hard flowing right turn. There's the second line that follows it, and this has some cloud bounciness that starts here, here-ish. Right, get a shoulder line in there. I think we have some freedom here. I think it might be more important to get the nice flowingness of these lines than it is to get like the accurate, get them super accurate. Not that we achieved anywhere near accuracy there. But, you know, this nice like cloud-like shot that we're gonna take above our previous line. Let's kind of sketch this out. Let's search for this kind of feeling. Of all the things that don't have to be accurate, this might be the most. Like, it's even the hair, I've kind of not left a lot of room for it. So let's shape the hair real quick. It does not start on the neck. So this line here, I swear I just tried to zoom in on my physical art. Alright, so it actually starts at the connection to the neck, comes up, circles here, touches the ear, but it flares out almost horizontally, but it is rounded in, out, and up. Now this is super cool. That line there, is actually way down here, right about there, at that angle. I think this will look really good when I ink it all and erase the lines we're trying to find here. Probably part of it that doesn't need to be super accurate either. I would like to try to capture the general feeling here, and generally the right areas. It's not like Super Saiyan hair, which I always feel like has to be correct. This is just so fun. Alright, so this does kind of follow the contour of the head, so let's bring that back into it. Let's not go too far off rails here. We actually came to a pretty good place on the arm. We've got a little bit of this space to play with, like a little G in there. This actually swings way over to the arm, and that's how we know we kind of got off. We kind of got far out with this. I want to bring it in a little. Right, we can, bring that in to there. There we go. That looks like a better line. Okie doke. Other things we see. This shoulder I'll bring in. We've got the cloud that expands, and this is kind of an important bit, but it expands on the inside into this negative space, which we kind of filled up. But we do have this portion of the shoulder to work with. Kind of want to draw, I want to get more confident there with that line. I wouldn't say it's straight, but it's definitely not bulging inward. There we go. And we can take some of that out because we're going to cloud that up. We are going to cloud that the hell up. So the outside line, and this is probably an important piece. The outside line of the cloud needs room. It doesn't need a lot of room because, again, we're going to cut into the shoulder a bit. But it is like there's negative space I want to hold. Even if we're bunching up in some places, this is not a place I want to do it. I just thought to myself, Control Z. Now this line, kind of a fun line. I think a nice, easy, confident, right there. And that melds in good with where we want this to be. We've got these folding clothing lines where everything's kind of wrapping in. I want to, again, this elbow, I need to commit to a better line. Let's twist the paper a bit. Let's see if I can't discover the line. I want to say there's more of a curve to it, kind of like this. No scratchy. Yeah, that's a better line. Like that feels like a complete single stroke more than what we had before. May notice the cloud does continue this way. There's a small gap here. Some hash marks to represent the depth of it. We could run this one back here. And you know, this, I think this line needs a lot of help. There needs to be more bend and fluffiness kind of in that line. That's nicer. I think that's more the expression. If not the right, like that was too stiff before. Even, I mean, there are some stiff lines in here, but again, this knee comes up. We'll add some fluffiness there. I even saw that line, just drew the wrong one, but then there's some, you know, more clouds down here. There's some clouds over here. Oh, ran out of space nice and quick there. Some clouds over here to the right. Right between this negative space. Kind of here. See, I like that last line I threw down because it was smooth and it flowed better rather than these like. So we're gonna try to ink that in live. Generally we're going to try to add this kind of flowiness to it and use these as guidelines for the whole thing, right? Gonna put a lot of pressure on those lines. Let's not darken up everything, as I was just trying to do, but let's make sure we know where all the good lines are before we start trying to, I don't want to find them live so much. So this line here feels important. Is it this line up here is missing a little bit of an angle. Thick line, we had a bit of sandal here. Thick line there. Now this is sandal 1, which probably gonna leave off the page because this is off the page. We could easily, I guess, you know, find a sandal shape off the side, kind of continue this line. Over here, same thing. We've got this foot that comes out. I like the foot angle. We have a heel, some more lines come off the heel. The sandal plays with the foot, kind of out here, over and around. We can scratch in a good sandal there. I don't want to scratch it in. I want a big, confident lines, but we can't all be what we want to be. So this line finds the heel, which isn't this horizontal mess we've made. It is more like that. Finds the heel, then it curves in. We are finding the edge of the page here, but again, I want to take it just off. I want to imagine kind of where that sandal continues and try to get a good solid line. Now that's got the page border. We're going to pop it. We're going to pop the page border on both of these. I'm actually feeling like keeping those borders in and seeing him breaking through is very in character. There we go. There's some sandal lines in there, but we're going to save those. Live inking. We've got this line to finish it out. This kind of goes in a bit, but back down. Mostly a straight line. This actually feeds almost entirely down the panel before coming in. And I think I'm happy with where we're at before I put on ink. So we're going to take a bathroom break. We're going to leave this up. I'm actually seeing something right now. As I took a step back and I could see that this sandal shape probably comes out more there. Maybe in the middle of those two lines. Let's make a decision on this shape. Now, there. It does need to come back past the heel a bit more. And that line needs to be more of a curve. But otherwise, that's awesome. And we'll put the border in at each of these points and we'll see him breaking it. And that'll be a lot of fun. When did I make these lines? When did these marks become a thing? How did I do that? Was it... Oh, it's when I'm erasing. When I'm erasing or wiping off eraser bits. That's fun. Let's be careful about those. Alright, so we'll take a quick break. I'm going to, just gonna grab a quick drink, replace my coffee, and use the bathroom. So, we'll be right back, guys. right there, friends. Wait. That way. Hello, hello again. Alright, I'm happier. I'm getting happier with this the more I do it. Oh, I see a leg I need to fix, but we can do that in post. In post. Let's take a picture. That's something I've got to remember to do more. Oh, I've got a bunch of messages. One second. There's a bunch of. I've got my Discord covered up. So now I've got it covered up with the reference image. So I've got just a slew of them that I should read at some point. One, I go, hey, this guy I know is a conversation he wants to have later, not something I need to immediately respond to. But then some of them you're like, all right, 1 second. Okay, cool. I've got good friends, and they encourage me, and they're funny. And if they're watching, they're also very handsome. If they're not watching, those ugly sons of a bitches. One of those statements is true. Knowing my friends, one of them may take the worst possible take. All right, so what are some lines I feel like I want to clean up beforehand? So like that, I want a more curve. We're gonna want more curve here. I didn't like that line. I think I'm all right with this one, even though there's some discrepancies. Here, this keeps feeling off. And there's some shading work that's gonna carry that a little bit. The buttons, they're in the right place. I'm not going to lose them. The chest, I'm coming back in with detail work on that. The cloud, we're going to freehand some of it to try to get good lines. Freehand's a strong word. Let's put our little glove back on. Oh, all right. Yes. I'm going to use a... Am I going to use a new... No, this Sharpie's fine. My Sharpie's fine, right? We have a Sharpie. We have a ultra fine point Sharpie. It's a good felt tip for this. By the way, what's up? Hey, brother. Inazio, yo, that's some fine art. Hey, thank you. Thank you. You actually just reminded me I need to take a picture of it before I start throwing ink on it. And I was going to do that, and then I saw I had a whole bunch of Discord messages. Things are going well, actually. We did some study today. Some good study, a little light study. And I'm actually really happy to have gotten back to just drawing something fun for the second half. I've got to mix in more fun stuff into my art, or it'll just be... I've got to mix more fun stuff in my art, or I think I'll burn myself out on the study. There we go. So I'm glad to have gotten back to this today, because we didn't do it Thursday and Friday. And I think I felt it. I think I felt it really heavily on Friday. So, fine tip. Let's fuck the sketch up, because every line I put down matters. Whew. Every line matters. Let's start up here. Immediately hate that line. Immediately hated that line. That's fine. We've got... It's like ultra fine point, but it's not ultra fine enough for what we're doing. So there are some problems. There's also like hatching in here that we don't have a lot of space for. And we've also got to take this curve out a bit we're going to make some stuff up for the center. This also might be a good candidate for taking into digital later. Just trying to curve that out a bit. Alright. We could do this. He's got the scar we didn't put in there. He's got the hands. Let's get the big picture. Oh, boy, I felt that line. I felt that line and I hate it. We can, what can we do here? Thicken it. Draw the neck. That's fine. This is good practice. I know the feeling, the ink being too thick for the drawing. Yeah. I have to assume that when this panel was drawn, it was drawn bigger than what I'm drawing it. And or by a more fine tip than ultra fine point, and or, you know, of course by an artist that is super comfortable. The thickness is also has to do with, right, like the speed I'm doing this. So we're gonna grow. That's one of the things we did say. Like, we're doing a pretty difficult drawing. The best that we can. We're gonna take our time on it. And this is I'm gonna make this kind of the landmark, like metric measuring point. In a year, I want to do this again. In a year after that, I want to do it again. And we'll see what we've learned. But I don't think I could be unhappy. I think generally this has been a lot of fun. I do notice. Alright, I'm noticing things. I just need to start putting the ink down. Alright, the hair is going to be a lot of fun because I want to do good lines here. Just not accurate lines, but flowing lines. Right, I think that will add the most to this, like the most dimension here. And we kind of did that when we sketched, but I want to bring it to life again here. I think we can. I think we're doing all right. I think that feels good. Not accurate, but good. The clouds have been my favorite part of this piece so far. It wasn't today. It was until I bought a 0.03, and it was way more forgiving. I was shopping, and I bought this 5 points like a year ago. And this was like the last time I sat down to try to learn to draw. And I bought some materials. I didn't put a lot of use to them. But when I was looking for ultra fine points, I was trying to find something really good that wasn't too expensive. I landed on Sharpie as an incredibly cost-effective option. I think I should try the cost-ineffective options to see what I'm losing here. But generally, I'm very happy with the Sharpie. All right, some fingers. Let's do some rotations of the page. I also want to get Copic markers, and we bought one today. They're running a sale, actually, on Copic markers. You get one random Copic marker for $1. So that's on its way. I'm sure that's just a great way for them to get rid of colors nobody wants, but we'll find out when it gets here. And we'll use it. We'll use it for some colors. We'll use it for whatever art project I get excited about. Because I really think I want a sketchbook, and I want to put colors down with Copic markers, and that's going to feel exciting. Past that, I want to go digital. I want to learn digital painting and portraits and illustration. But for now, paper, Copic markers, every time I see them in a sketchbook, I love the color. This line, This needs to be one good smooth line. Oh, yes. Oh, that feels good. All right, let's do the fun cloud again. Just, this needs to be flowy. Kind of like the warm-up exercises, right? Less about accuracy, more about bounciness. Oh, that feels like a good... I love these lines. That was a scary bit. There's a little bit there, but that line was a little scary. Better than I hoped midway. You start driving, and maybe the line finds the way, maybe it doesn't. All right. I think we're going top to bottom here. And we're foregoing some detail due to the thickness. But I don't hate anything yet. Well, I guess except for that very first line I drew. But now that I've added more to it, it's coming together. I can't forget, I'm going to do this now live. The scar is important. That's an important feature on the lumpy. I'm actually seeing some hair down here. And we can add in right there. All right, super nice, super nice. If we're going top to bottom, I do want to get this line in. And then this line, this is flowy. I wanted to bring that in more and give it its negative space, but cleaning it up is only going to make it look rough. Good taper there. Let's go ahead and take this line out. I gotta do these more, I think, in one stroke. And we can add some of the detail he's added here. Just kind of copying it for now, even if I don't understand where or why. And then we kind of have to interpret more of it a bit, because this isn't a perfect one-to-one rendering. So you can see even here, like with the shoulder, we did that. That's a problem. One good clean line. From the wrist, that was a little scary. And there's some good light hashing I'm going to kind of bring about right here. Almost a little too even. I'm going to muddy it up a bit. And we'll do most of the hashing, I think, afterwards. I'd rather get the good clean lines, but some of the detail. All right, this hand. I think it was important that I try not to correct the hand there with the ink live. I sketched it out a few times, and I need to get more hand time in. And I could probably interpret all of that a little better. But I'll go with this. Remember, it's lumpy. It's like Luffy. It's just lumpier. Oh, this line here I really like too. And then we did... Oh, we didn't quite even do the real bit there, but we could add some more cloud lines to give that some oomph. Alright, some things we're fixing live. This line. And we liked probably the middle here best. I think we can't ignore the sandal. We've got to hit the sandal. One thing that'll help is learning anatomy rather than just imitating what you see. So someone who never learned anatomy themselves. Yeah, there's a on the new course track I'm kind of following, which goes a little slower and is more an academic model. Anatomy's there. It's definitely on the list. So I'm gonna. This is the kind of stuff I want to draw, but I want to be able to throw down like realistic portraits and realistic anatomy, and you know, it's like good solid line work is important. There are really good artists who use the scratchy searching lines for stuff, but they're doing it intentionally and with purpose. And that's kind of like they know how to do the straight, smooth line, but they are choosing to ignore it intentionally. I want to get to the point where I can ignore, I can choose what parts of the anatomy or the proportions to ignore intentionally, not because I can't do them. And that's where I'm at now. I can't really do them. So we're having fun this way. It's just fun. This is a fucking blast, especially when it starts to come together halfway through and you can see it. All right, sandal. This is gonna be the hardest sandal because I don't have the biggest edge here to follow. If I do this for now, let's get all the good rotations here. Oh, we gotta stop. That line was taking a moment. I need to be able to lift my hand up. Okay, this line breaks the wall here. Oh, I'm so happy with that line. Mostly that, it tapered into itself. It doesn't look broken up. I want to do the same here while I'm feeling the good lines. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, I didn't get any toes. We didn't draw any Luffy toes. We will sketch those out. We are not freehanding those. Oh, come on now. Okay. Ah! Go back. Go back. It's gonna make me do that again. Don't go past the final page. 17 pages, which is not a lot. Which page am I on? It's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Page 17. Alright. So first thing, put the pen away. And let's sketch this out, because it continues from here. Right, and I can kind of picture what's going on. It won't be that big. We do need kind of a curve bit, and I'm doing a little bit of intuition. I need to do more observing, because we can see that there's a line kind of here. that follows the sandal. We could do our toes. There's, you know, we're gonna have to make one up. Rather make up some toes. Maybe give them a more curved line in. So like, you can't quite see all the marks I'm making. Now let's give these actual sizes. I have a ruler somewhere. Let's look at the actual measurements. Not that big toe. Because we've drawn this the best to scale of the actual image. It is generous to say it is 1/2 centimeter. That's about right. I think I can be happy with that. Let's do the other toes. Theoretically, just kind of searching for them. And let's check the size. Less than 1/2 centimeter. Less than 1/2 centimeter. That's in the ballpark, and I'm feeling pretty okay about it. So let's choose which of these searching lines we're sticking to. And put it down to ink. All right, fill that in a bit and move on. Now it occurs to me as I make that circle, I gotta make sure there's fluffiness in it, and the fluffiness on the outside particularly. There's a bit of a straight line, a thick line to start, and then fluffiness. And then big, rounded portions on the sides. Does meet with this line. And then kind of really big fluffiness. Lots of little hashes here. We're in the dark. You know, these pant legs are dark here. The hashes kind of continue and give shape to that pant leg and some roundness to the hairiness, roundness to the leg. There's also an ankle here I can't not see. Some hashes here that follow into the shadow, and then this dark spot. Definitely some lines here, lots of rounded hashes that I'm seeing, big U shapes. Some shadow and shading that I don't want to overdo. But let's give it some depth to start. Some of these lines. Like there's a bunch of lines in here too. We're gonna need to draw in for the sandals. probably overdid it on this strap. Yeah, much thicker. Let's put the toes in. They actually do come straight to the end. All of them. I did just see right at the end there that the toes they'd come up just a bit and then swing back down like we did there. So that was a good spot there. Let's get the other part of this circle. Now this we can do as a line first. I mean, except for maybe here. We've got to add some fuzziness to it. Then we can add the fuzziness in kind of with the... No, we can't add it with the shadow. I looked at that backwards. Okay, lesson learned. Let's darken it in. Darken what's darkened, hash out what's hashed out, get the outer leg. And this, of course, where all my ink goes. This portion here. There was too many big portions. We would not fill it all in, kind of like we did with the bleach bit. This here flows a bit. I want to make it purposeful. No sharp edges like that again. I'm doing too much pausing in the middle here. So we're going to come back over here and work from this angle real quick. I think we do just have to get the idea of what's happening. But I want these lines to be good lines individually on their own. Like there's a good C shape here. You know, good line there. This might dip in a bit. And then we could add in, I think, a deeper shape here. Kind of all these hashes that give this one bit some roundness. And they're just kind of hashed in. You see them a little bit on the leg. Gives it some depth, and I can see the leg needs more width here now that I'm hashing it in and around, but we got to deal with our mistakes. We're inking. All right, now we just have this middle portion. I want to make some good confident lines here. One confident line, not many. You can see even in the art, it does extend a bit past. We've got a good straight line there. We do have a bit of the sash I'm seeing now. Coloring in that sash will be interesting, because I would love to leave those white lines in if I've got the talent, but we'll see. We are making an adjustment on the fly because we covered up this distinctive line. I don't think I gave it the right angle there. Let's continue to add good lines. We do have this shape that is consistent with the bottom of the belt. We have this vertical line, which we really liked. It brought in the... Actually, I think this line's solid. See if we can't do distinct, purposeful lines here. Now this straight line gives way to this, like, when it's actually just a series of straight lines. No, I mean there's curve. I'm seeing curve. I'm seeing straight. It's tough. We're gonna just complete it just like that. Got some hashing and some shading kind of in the bottom here. And it gives a shape to it. It is a line of its own. If we add kind of these intentional thick lines first. We want to follow this U here, this hashing. Come from different directions. But it is telling this, like, it is telling the shape of the bottom of the pants a bit. Now we're intuiting some of this now, based on the proportions we've given ourselves, but I can already see, like, this line isn't that line. That line is more this line. These, because it comes up kind of here. And there's a few different shapes that might cover up the fact that we're, you know, just off on the shadowing. And, you know, doing it live on ink. A couple lines this way. And one here. Some bigger motion lines, not motion lines, folds. Kind of in this territory. And the busier we get, I don't know if we're taking away or adding to it yet, but we're experimenting in this space right here. Interpreting our own lines with what's visibly there. So I can see, you know, there's definitely hashes and lines and places there, but we do get the belt. Let's outline that belt. I think we do it again here. Now this belt was a little wide. And there's some material and stuff we didn't quite hash out this way. That's going to represent the other side of his shirt. I want to put down that as a graphite line before we commit to it, but I'm thinking shallowing it up to like that. Maybe even there. No, it's gotta come at least across. But then this line over here is the sash that comes down, and we get just a little bit more direction or input here. Now there is the shirt that I think comes up and over. You know, it's all darkened in, but if I can get the major contours of this correct, and they're kind of a circle, so I don't want to darken in this. Now there are lines here that I think are places where we don't put ink. Let's try to put them down as marks, and then we'll see if we can't ink them in, or not ink them in when we draw them. Now the shirt then comes down a little bit more, but we'll get the belt down before we start putting that mark down it ourselves. Taking a step back, I'm feeling it. I'm seeing it. That's important. I see this happening. All right, so this is going to be a bit challenging. But what if I leave the lines like this? We pick a couple that we think tell the story, and we just try to get a good outline that way. The most important one, I think, is right here. And maybe I can slowly start to fill in the edges there. Let's see what appears. The second most important one, I think, is going to be whatever this is right here, which may not appear until we start to erase the graphite from the equation. But let's spend a little bit of time coloring this in. Trying to put down good thick ink lines, because the more solid of a black this is, the more we maybe get these white elements in the belt to stick out. Now, the right answer probably what? How do you think he made those lines? Did he draw with white on top of the black? You know, when they ink these things, are they computer? Is it, you know, charcoal on an eraser that's then taken into the computer? Right, so we're going to start with big, thick white lines. Like that. Now this one down here, and then this one in here, again, might be easier once we get the graphite on, or might vanish completely. So you can see, if we don't fill in everything else perfectly, everything kind of looks like a line to highlight that. If I give that just a moment to breathe, dry out, what happens? Does it come out at all? A little bit. I did cover up, I think, a line up here, but again, we're going to have to be happy with our work. Let's bring out this line of the jacket, make it a distinct separation from the belt, put down some buttons. Kind of where they're at, kind of not where they're at. Now that the rest of the figure's in, we're changing this live. Because there's some places where proportions do and don't make sense. You know, there's some lines I don't fully understand that, you know, we're putting in. We just kind of like them. These are fun lines. I do think we bring that line just in a bit. You know, he's got these abs, these lines that kind of at least tell the story of abs. A lot of hashing, which I don't want to just start doing unless I understand exactly where and why. Like, I understand these hashes. They're shadows. The last big detail here is the lines on the foot. Lines on the foot, Luffy. They do follow where, like the shape of the foot. Like, so we're gonna do just kind of like here. I feel like these are freehand, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 pairs of double lines. Kind of like this, right? It's like nice test for good straight lines. There's no reason I can't freehand this except for, you know, when we fuck it up. Maybe a rotation more. Gotta rotate it a little bit. Let's try to meet them. Feels like definitely the rush part of the drawing. There's some hash lines. Got it down here. Gives it some shade, some value. And then same thing over here, but these lines they follow a bit of a curve. Just kind of feeling this one out. And then acknowledging that maybe don't do it this way. Just some good hashes here. Darken the belt a bit. Like we gotta have to pick and choose where we think we want to like keep adding all the little detail. Right, there's no end to it on this picture. And the more we throw down in unimportant places aren't as important, or maybe I'm not as good enough to interpret, right, the more we can screw this whole bitch up. Try to add some bumps and character to this. You know, maybe some hashing. You can see it follows kind of the shape of it. It helps tell the shape of the leg a little better and the shadowing, especially like up here. Shape of the heel a bit, right? And this is the problem with not fully knowing why certain shapes exist. I would hate to start telling kind of the wrong story here, or the wrong coloring, hashing, right? So like I don't know why, you know, the bottom of his sandals has kind of these marks, or what their intention is. I'm doing my best to kind of just mimic it generally. Like this is clearly like battle damage up here, right? I just need to do lots of light hashes in kind of the right directions. And you see where there's cross hatching. You know, this one seems more the shape of the item, the shape of the clothing. Wrong angles a bit on some of these lines. This is a little bit of shape, a little bit of shading, a little bit of damage. Dirt, I guess. Not everything's battle damage. Some of it is, right? This is telling of this is like a flow. Just like this was flow, and I probably could have hashed that a little less thick. Got some stuff on the knee here. Right up and down the leg, the ankle, which, again, I need to be doing much lighter marks for some of these. It's definitely putting some thought. Yeah, definitely some super thick lines where maybe we didn't want super thick lines for some of these. Now that I'm like getting the hang of some of this cross hatching, and I wouldn't say the hang of it, but I'm putting down some lighter lines. Like his face is all scratched up, right? Like, I mean, how we do that without, you know, fucking up the face too much? Got to be very, very light. Just kind of throwing things down. We've got some hashing in the teeth. More of a shaping. And we didn't quite get the shape of the teeth right? We tried to do some hashing on the back of the mouth. It didn't quite come out. We've got some nice action lines. Get a freehand maybe those. Let's bop, bop. I like that. I actually really like that. Of course, the whole of it's got some action lines on a couple of places I want to put down with a ruler. Kind of follows this line. We are going to put the wall in. There's some stuff on the feet too. They follow. I mean, generally it's like a perspective line, but I'm having a hard time getting a good edge here. Try and do it quick and light. We do a nice thick line around the edges, but we also missed a little bit of the... Yeah, let's sketch out that part. We missed a little bit of the sash and some cloud. My 0.9 pencil. So it is just kind of here. And there's a speech bubble. So, like, we're kind of imagining what this might look like. I guess I could write the words Gear 5 and do a speech bubble, but we're trying to extend the art past its point. What if it flowed that way? Does that feel right? Maybe it's like here. That looks good, actually. I like what we just did. Let me erase the lines to show you what I'm seeing. Get rid of this, you know, hard corner. And we flow it that way. Now the whole thing is dark. Getting this shape in, it's gonna be a tough thing to interpret with the dark lines, but we'll try it. And then we had this cloud again. We can't see the whole thing, but we're gonna have to... We can come up with this. We can let that, you know, die there and then come in here, a spiral, and a line. Yeah. That feels like a good bottom to it. Let's go back to the ink. We have a couple really nice lines here. One line. This is going to be the one that's tougher. I'll take it. And again, we don't have to be super accurate with this. In fact, the bouncer we are, the better. All right, perfect, perfect. I mean, perfect's a strong word. Done. Here's what we're going to do for this curve. I'm going to try to follow this line. Right, now we want to shave it down at the right angles. All right, what if we just did this to represent the shape? There we go. Trying to find the right negative space here. Shave it down where we think we can shave it down. Make it a nice solid edge around it. Really, really let that ink settle in. And then we're going to shave this side here down a bit. Now I think there's a risk to take. And that's coloring in there. Thickening the outside line without closing it off. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's go ahead and do this too. Let's leave that line in there. And get the rest of this inked in. It's coming. I really think this is coming along. Good to know. We, after a rough Wednesday and avoiding it Thursday and Friday, we can still draw something fun that we enjoy. Now we're going to be proud to show people. That's half the fun of this. I've got the stream. We're using that for discipline. Definitely like getting online and be like, hey friends, look at my work. So now if you're a friend and you're in here and you're like, you've not shown me your work, well, it's because you're here. It's that's all. Now we've probably going to come back and put ink down over everywhere we've already put ink down to try to keep try to make it a pure, black here. And then I want to thin this line out bit by bit until I'm either happy with it or fuck it up. I do think it's telling the story of the curve though, and that's nice. I think we actually did a pretty good job. I wouldn't have minded taking this white line all the way to the right more, now that I'm seeing it. But I am happy with the current results nonetheless. Get rid of some of these lines. Now we also probably could have colored it in motion with it like lines in the direction of the sash rather than this pure blackness that we're kind of filling in a lot of spaces. So I think I've got to find a style I like for the the really blacks that I put down. And do I want to copy one for one when I'm doing this, or is it okay to just kind of hash things? Now, there are a few more hash lines we could start to fill in. There's a couple action lines, actually, I'm seeing now that I really want. Just kind of represented. And we'll probably take some, I don't want to say any more liberties with them. I don't want to overdo the lines. I guess there are some down below. We can do a couple of those. We are interpreting some of these because the Gear 5 bit is covering it. All right. One last bit of lines before, I guess a whole bunch of bit of lines, but you know, I want to box this in. I don't want to put too many lines in too many places. Because this is just full of lines that I could so fuck up. We put hashes everywhere, but I feel like I don't understand them yet. So, with that being said, we did box this in really nicely, and I liked it. I'm gonna have to find the places he's breaking out, right, and box it well. Here, baby, maybe like here. I need to be able to see everything, and I need to be able to press and hold this line. Now that's an easy one on the bottom, but this is a little bit of a harder one to get right. There we go. We got a few places where the ink bled a little thicker there. Same thing here. In fact, I'm okay with bleeding in the corner a bit while I make that a good thick line. Same thing over here. This is not touching anything. And we still want a good thick line. We can come back up it. And this one, again, is one we got to be a little precious with, because I think it's boxing in and telling a great story here. It's a much thinner line than I want it to be over there, so we'll see if we can expand it without ruining it. And we kind of went right over it. Okay. Let's give that a moment and throw the eraser over it. Kind of knead this thing for a bit. We got this fun little kneading eraser. And we clean up the line art. What do we see? Well, probably this immediately. Anything else? I'll introduce you to Lumpy and, you know, Gar 5. Alright, here we go. Now, I don't know if this picks up anything under the ink, but if it's under the ink, I don't really care. Don't care at all. It can stay there. Ink covers it up. Another reason I'm glad this paper's so thick. I am putting down some force. We are erasing. This was the eraser was a gift from the missus. It's a really nice Christmas gift. She took some time to, you know, look into art, see what some of the good supplies were. Bought me a couple of those. And we've been using them. Actually, it's been the primary two things you've seen me use. The pencil and this eraser. Bow. Wow, 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 wow. All right. Well, let's see. Any other, like, super non-hashed areas that, you know, really feel like they should be hashed out? Any big blank areas that need... Ooh, don't rip. That'd have been something. Like any big areas like this over here. Maybe, let's see. Okay, we gotta show a little bit of it everywhere. The curvature of the arm here a bit. There's a kind of a rounding happening here. The whole chest really has a bunch going on. Between the fingers. Kind of down here. As long as we can keep it light on the strokes. I won't feel too bad about like stray marks. But if we start to get like too thick, kind of like we did there, we're adding, I think, more detail than is called for. We see some problems with the armpit. We didn't quite get that line right. Clouds. Most of the hair is clean. And I would say that, you know, most of him is kind of beat up and dirty in spite of, you know, the cleaner parts of the picture. So that's nice. There's still some graphite over there I wouldn't mind getting rid of. This line's fucking rough. Let's see if I can't curve it out, thicken it. Oh well. It tells a bit of a story, and that story is I fucked up a line. I mean, a bunch of his ankles, his legs probably need some thinner hash lines. He's got his knee over there. We've got some shading up here. We've done some heavy hash lines. I'm trying to get lighter ones in, maybe up here. Yeah, there's definitely something happening. I tilt it too much, I get nothing. I tilt it, not enough. It's a big ass thick line. The hand needs some whatevers up here. We've got this kind of jacket line with hash marks. Probably more. Just being rough with the lines. I think this might be a little thin. The hand's a little dirty. Knuckle. We didn't put any fingers in. We were kind of out of space with this pen. Yeah, I think we run the eraser over it one more time. Maybe a little lighter over here. See if we can pick up any of that shoulder line. I think we went in real heavy on that shoulder with our pencil. That might just be a forever mark without ripping the page. I feel like I almost ripped it earlier, so we're being a little careful now. And let's take another picture. Boom, boom. I mean, we gotta move the mic for this one. There we go. That's cool. I'm glad we did something I could be excited about again. Ooh. Oh, man. We're just gonna be happy for a minute, y'all. Just gonna be happy for a minute. There's definitive problems. But I think we dialed it in as a good representation of like where I'm at right now. If I take my time, we can put something down. We can even add some of our own elements to it, a little creatively, like we did down here with the belt. Show those curves and those lines. I think we even made up for the fact that we lost it out there. You can tell what the fuck it is, and that's huge for me. I'm going to be showing this page off for days. I'm even going to put that right now. I'm gonna get this good vibe stuff into a couple channels. Maybe somebody will go in there and say nice things about it there, and I'll be like, I live off of compliments. Feed them to me, please. Bum 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 bum. Awesome. Cool. Move that out of the way. We're gonna come sit in, lean in. Let that sit with us for a few minutes. How that next page look? On the back of the page looks. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. So let's give ourselves some feedback though. Let's think about it. This took 2.5 hours. It took about 2.5 hours, I think, to put it down. I don't remember exactly when I transitioned. I had to go back and watch the video. I think we generally benefited the most from pulling out the ruler and trying to go 1-to-1 scale with our iPad. That 1-to-1 scale helped frame all the pieces in the right location, which means I think we're still working our observation. Right, that's still a big part of what we're doing. I also need to start using some of the measuring tools that kind of every kind of pulling it out, getting the proportions, getting the placement right. The guidelines, I think those were big. I framed it top, bottom, left, right. I even framed that angle. I found the center. Breaking the picture down like that worked. I think breaking it down was the first step. Actually measuring, I don't know if that's something I want to do all the time. I don't think I build permanent, like I don't want to bring out a ruler and go, this foot is this many centimeters. But if we can build that intuition or use some of those non-ruler tools to kind of place the sizes of things, like getting the proportions correct makes the picture feel better. Like you can definitely get in and be like, all right, hey, your sandals, your lines, your hashing, your shading, there's lots of problems. But things are about the right size in about the right place goes a long way. Now, is that one of the things that really gets developed as we go? Like, do we go from being everything's kind of in the right place, everything's definitely in the right place? Is that the kind of observation skill that's going to take me a month or 4 years? My intuition says I will make a lot of my progress in months. 80% of my progress. But that last 20%, that 80-20 rule, I'll have to spend much longer, right? Using these techniques, different measuring and proportion checks. The goal, I think, is intuitively to throw this down. I would love to be able to just sketch this intuitively, quickly, and be like, all right, hey, here's the outline, and then be able to put down the nicer lines. I think there is a future where I can do that. That's really nice to know. There's a future where we shorten up some of these steps with increased accuracy. You know, and then the steps that followed the placements of things, you know, we let that get better. I'm looking at it now, and I want to do one line. I wanted that toe all the way down. I probably curved it. It looks like I curved it the wrong way because it looks like the left toe is kind of in front of it, but maybe that's fine. Just, yeah, now that I had a moment to kind of step back, I can start thinking about some of the things that, you know, were helpful or weren't helpful for the photo. You know, we freehanded these, and I thought that gave good energy to it. It didn't give good accuracy to it, but it gave good energy. Sketching it was fine. I think we did fine sketching it. Taking our time sketching it. We weren't too picky about the accuracy on it. I think parts of this maybe look stiff. Or out of place. And we've definitely got some spaces where, like, especially the hand, right? Like, there's some proportion problems with the hand. The placement proportion, and we kind of drew from the top and the bottom, and we got to the middle, everything was a little squished in. There are some marker problems, some thickness of the marker. You can see we did get some work, and we did figure out somewhat how to put less ink down while hashing. But I think we figured that out a little late, and there's some hashes I wish were thinner, and some I wish were thicker. I don't know how many there are thicker. I think things were too thick for the most part. We definitely had some problems up here with that, and if I could go in and add detail to the mouth that is in the photo, there's definitely a different curvature. It's more of a cylinder than this line we've got. Detail exists in the teeth that we're not going to be able to get. It's a little small. The whole mouth, a little small. Probably the biggest proportion problem is you can zoom in and you can see, like, I want to stay there one piece. Yeah, I didn't leave enough room there for the whole of the mouth. But that's entirely fine. Well, it's fine looking at the final picture. Like, in the future, I would like to be able to capture that better. I think that's an important feature. An important feature to get correct. And it might even just be in the angle. I don't want to pull out a pencil to point. I don't want to write on anything, but, you know, move more up with that would be fine. And there's some ways we can get after that. Like, I'm sure as I move along, I'll do head studies, eye studies, hand studies, and each individual piece, I think, is how we handle this, right? We study a part of the body at once. We start putting them together. But, you know, for a representation of where I'm at right now, super happy. There's some more line issues here I'm seeing. I would have preferred, you know, have this be a clean separation. It doesn't quite flow under the arm. Like this, I think this side here flows really well. Like up and around, and it kind of comes back over. There's no easy place I think I fix that without just thickening lines. So I don't want to touch it. Although, one second. What if... Does that feel better? Even that doesn't, like, connect. Like, this isn't a flowing... Doesn't flow like, say, the left side does. Right? Up and around. It, you know, we have more of a connection here between the left side and the right side. I give that a little bit of a curve there. let's put the cap back on the pencil. Put that back to the side. Oh, I think the sash was a good idea. We could do more to make this flow, but I like the attempt there. What else? What else? I think we capture the fluffiness of the bottom of his pants here. Okay, but it's another location where detail, size, proper shading in this style. I've got some work. Definitely a lot of my hashing feels random. Pants are a good example. We need to make a line. This needed to be kind of a line that showed what receding into the distance. We got a little bit of a weird bump here. I kind of tried to shade in this U shape, but after a while, I pulled away because I think we're putting too many scratches on the paper that aren't useful to us. Because I think I don't know exactly why I'm doing the hashing and where I'm doing it. Like what are the decisions he makes for these lines on the bottom versus these lines on the right. And there's a little bit of shading, but there's also a lot of the curvature of the clothing, and I wasn't capturing that, so we stopped. We stopped before we overhashed it. He does break the panel. We created a panel for him to break. Of course you would. Shonen Jump, you are such a good... I mean, dude, it's a great app. If you don't have Shonen Jump, you read manga, this thing's like $3 a month. It is my cheapest subscription. And the one I get like the most time with. I think other than that, I mean, there's a lot to hit on. Like we overcolored the mouth, but that's back to the size of it. This hand doesn't quite connect well. Maybe the angle could change, and we would see the flow of the arm more. This arm, I'm super happy with the line we ended up settling on. Fuck yeah, guys! All right. I think my hand has been I won't say bothering me. I think I strained it working out. So I want to be a little more gentle to it. We're going to end the stream. Let's hit this button. Let's talk. Let's keep talking. We're going to end the stream a little early. So, a few minutes from now. Getting to the final drawing like this is a place where I want to end. I think there was a stream where we did something good. We felt good about it, and then we went to boxes. I think when we're feeling good, and I want to remember this feeling, to drive me to do some more doodling and drawing in the future. So I think we're gonna try to end between 4 and 5. I'm not gonna be as strict with the time limits as I was when I was streaming, my gaming. Because as we're gaming, I don't have this like I've completed a project, I should step away moment as often. That's what we're going to do there. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time. We were a little late today because we had to go to the orthodontist. We got our Invisaligners. Invisalign in. I don't know if you can see it. If you can't, that's the point. My teeth were in metal braces for about 2 years. The last 2 years, the last couple months, they've been out in a retainer waiting for the Invisaligner so we can finish them off. Really get those last tweaks. I had some crazy teeth. They were pointing at you and completely sideways, and we have fixed those as an adult in his late 30s with braces. It was terrible, and I hated it. But we're metal free right now. Now we've just got these little, well, you know what they are, liners. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I know we're talking about teeth at the end, but yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be on vacation for a week, so Monday, Tuesday, the following Thursday, we're gonna be back. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. This has been a great decision. So I hope you're as happy as I am. If you're not, draw more or something. Have a good one.